Good morning. So it is time to get this show on the road. So should I waste all my jeweler orbs? Wait, how much can this roll? Up to 600 or 71. That's almost perfect. 576 to 600. The lower part is just great, but the upper part leaves a little bit to be desired. But it's still way better than the other one, right? 458, yeah, to 573. Yeah, yeah. There we go. So let's spend all our jeweler orbs. See if we can get it 6. It's in 5 many times. Wait, wasn't that 6? It looked like 6. I must have been mistaken.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Let's finish this quest.
You've got a contract out anytime. What do you need? What's the job? Limbered up and ready to go.
Oh, it's fucking cold today. Ooh. Good find. If pure armor is something to go for. Flesh and stone. Nearby enemies are blinded.
I'm not up to that just yet. You wanna dance? Let's dance. You just make sure we're all still alive when I'm done.
so fast.
Guards down. Let's go.
Ooh, lot of damage. Holy shit. Teleporting all take one step forward, 2 steps back. Yeah.
Fine. Fine. Well done. Not as messy as I'd feared.
Not as messy, eh? Thanks. Was one time I was down at this line somewhere around HP. Scary.
You got the book.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Ahoy there! Farewell.
It's 25% that I don't have. Guess I can make this blood magic. Let's look around. What do we have here? Seal skin I do want. Ice golem I do want. Flammability. All of these are stuck. Can't do anything here. Leap slab 45. Faster attacks. This haste is not super important. Could put an aura in that spot instead. about this? Pride, I do need blood rage, I do need to do pride. So wait, we could, let's say we could put pride down here, or blood rage, so I don't have to switch the colors. So I'll put blood rage, which gives me where is precision? Oh, there it is. So, something like that. With haste. I'm not using it anyway. It wasn't that much fun. Blood rage down here. Which means I would need this to be 3 reds. Not have anything important here, do I know? Because I can move and doing cry over here, and that puts me a blood magic. Means I need a ring on this. It's fine, I guess. Do we have a blood magic lying around? Blood loss. Blood and sand. Wait, we got this as well. Area damage, less area effect. Doesn't help me. More area effect, less area damage. Yep, that doesn't help me. It's flesh and stone. It would help me. Blind? No. I would need to go to the crafting bench, probably. Fix that. What else do we have here in the barrels? Golden strike, double strike. Just like telescope. Oh, I could level something. Oh, good morning and good evening, Banana Waffle Monkey. I haven't run a build without flesh and stone or some sort of blind mechanics since Metamorph. Yeah. Really like flesh and stone as well. Just need to blood magic this, then I can put it in flesh and stone. Especially since I run an evasion-based thing, blind is even better, right? fix that.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Oh. Can I craft 3 red sockets? No. Is there a craft to unlock that gives 3 red sockets? Probably not. Oh, right now. Just thinking I have a spot, and I do, but I put evasion on it. Do I really want to use all my... What do I have? 155. Find color crafts in Delve, says Banana. Also, there is... I gotta see this. At least 3 red. Just happened? Where did I attack? Weird. It's interesting. Keyboard isn't registering anything. There we go. That was strange. At least 3. Oh. How far down do I need to go? Ah, Wall outpost. Oh. $120 chromatic orbs. Wait, ruined chamber? Oh, wait. Nico. Here we go. You. What was I looking for again? Ruined chamber. Search. Ruined. There are no ruined chambers here. So, go for all ruined chamber. I'm guessing the further south you go, the further down you go, the more common it'll be. 69? Yeah, I can do some of that. $102 decks is not that much, is it? But I kinda don't want to waste all of them. Oh, right. Position. Do a cry. Keep that there.
Welcome.
Screw the haste.
Greetings.
Need you to be. Oh, I said there it is. Otherwise, it's looking good. Yep.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Suddenly, you're way off. So dangerous. Oh. Brilliant science. Ruined chamber is what we needed. Oh man. Kill those guys. Oh, holy. There are no holy things here. Interjections. So how are you doing today, Banana Monkey? Have you gotten your slapas yet? Same event again. Stay over here. Thank you.
Just yet.
Man, I'm still tired from yesterday. I was cooking for felt like hours. Lots of food. I don't know if Monkey's almost halfway there. Nice. Gonna check the price and probably sell off the Divine Orbs now, since the price is stagnated at 7 chaos. Wow, look at that. 13 evasion. Oof. So rare, I don't even care about removing it from the loot filter now. Oh, that's a dead end, isn't it? Really looks like a dead end. This here makes me happy. It's further to go. Here I explore faster. Here. Yeah, let's go this way. Oh, by the way, yesterday I dropped another one, so I have 2 oral sacrifice now. So close, just after you left. That's so mad. So I have the one in the stash and I'm rolling on it to get it 6 linked. Endurance charge and melee stun. That's a lot of physical damage. Increased physical damage per endurance charge. Oh, look at that. That is scaling strength with the maul base. Tiebreaker.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Something. Oop. I don't know what monkey says. Ah, nice. Oh. Guessing in the extra sword. Feel the potential of this build since it's working out alright with only a 4 linked. Oh. Start the event. Suck. Ooh. Those teleports are so scary. One day I'm gonna be teleported somewhere and I have no idea where I am. Oh, astral plate. Looks really fun for Chaos Inoculation character. All resistances, Death Aura skill, all attributes, attack speed, a lot of armor, up life, attack damage, leech that life. Nice. You take 450 chaos damage per second, or 3 seconds on the kill. Gore footprints. Death Aura. That sounds fun. I don't know what that is. Yeah. Oh, crap. Oh, it's like Righteous Fire. But with chaos damage. $2,000 armor as well. Gore footprints. Yeah, chaos inoculation seems like the way to go on this.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Even those totems, eh? Just upgrades, I think. Oh no. Thought I had more.
Welcome. Stay in the lines.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright, I can get frozen now. Do not like that. Ooh. Almost missed that one. Damn suicidal bugs. In the game or in real life? I'm guessing in the game. It's too fucking cold for bugs to show up. Whoa. Found out the monkey has a really bright light that sometimes attracts them. And they fly into it, and it's a super hot bulb, so they fry themselves. And he gets to hear them buzz in agony. And then I get to smell the frying smell for the next hour. I think that is the least problem I've heard about bugs. Least serious problem, I guess. I'm guessing the smell is not very fun, but it'd be so much worse. What if you didn't have that light and all those bugs, instead of dying, you were the brightest light to them, and they would buzz around you for hours on end, so you had to go and kill them yourself.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Safety water. Another dead end. Oh wait, this way. I haven't seen like a bug in months though. It's winter, right? I mean, they're not suicidal in that sense, they're just trying to get out of the cold.
That would only slow me down.
Oh? Only slow me down. I just forgot to pick this up. That was a quick round. A lot of stuff to sell.
Welcome. Be careful, Exile.
Come on.
Welcome.
That one gives 80. It's 80 as well.
Careful, Exile.
Ooh. Oh, go that way.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Been thinking about that. On the one hand, I really despise bugs, mosquitoes, and flies. I don't like them. On the other hand, they say that we are in like the sixth mass extinction, and bugs are dying by the. Getting extinct by the hundreds, right? Dying off here and there, like with the bees and everything. Two minds. This is Grim Dash, Goliath and Greaves. This is a damn nice pair of boots for just finding them. If only the life roll was higher. You generate 2% of life per second if you were hit recently. That's nice. And life is not very good. But all those resistances. All of the resistances. Yeah, as you said, just the life. Like these. If just the life was a little bit higher. But I'm pretty sure that I will not get a better talisman than this. Every time when I try to MS, is that the... Yeah, movement speed, right? Of course. Every time I look at an amulet, I'm like, oh, maybe this will... Nope. There is no way to replace this. It just won't happen. There's a harvest craft that is remove a life mod and replace with a new life mod. Gonna look for that with the boots. Banana Waffle Monkey doesn't see that amulet being replaced now. Oof. That is a good find. Beyond me. Oh.
Beauty will grow from your remains.
6. Button for bears.
I'm not up to that just yet.
finally got the hang of SQL as well. Database thing. I've been trying to get my motivations up and looking into it and like starting reading about it many times. Now that I figured it out, or well, looked into it and finally got around to playing around with it, figured out that it's deceptively simple. It looks strange, like when you're the outside, I guess, like before understanding what's going on. But it's,
I'm not up to that just yet.
I mean, it's just Excel in text format, I guess. Actually, I got a lightweight SQL browser, and GUI, graphical interface, that helped me visualize it better, I guess. Something interesting is that since I switched to this sword, I haven't really felt any issues with lag. I'm thinking it was the bleed and poison effect. Or maybe I just haven't been playing maps that density. They won't stop spawning, that is. Sitting Porto. Another Wolfmonk says, I think there isn't a limit on how many poisons can be applied to the enemy. So if you're applying poisons with flicker at high APS, attacks per second, it might be a lot of calculations to handle very quickly. Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking the graphics of them as well. Like, there's a lot of stuff to do. Just all around. As well, like Flickering itself, like it's not made for thinking that the renderer it meant created to like get a smooth experience. Take one step, take the next step, instead of, you know, 1 second being over there and another second being over there. For computers. And the servers are under a lot of load because of the first month of the league. Oh yeah. nothing that I want over here. There's some depths, though. Feel like that. Continue moving south. Deeper, I mean. Gotta go deeper. Nope. This way. Something just happened that Banana Waffle Monkey almost forgot about. But if you harbinger, it's weird. In my mind, that word. Never mind. But if you harbinger an orb on map, it has a chance to become a beachhead. Is that the one that switches it to another in the same tier? Beachhead is the unique one with the experience. Was that it?
I'm not up to that just yet.
When you sell 3 maps and get a map of a higher tier, that also become uniques. Probably then, I suppose. Oh, that's a Horizons orb.
Hello?
Banana Waffle Monkey says Horizon switches a map between tiers while Harbinger upgrades a tier. Oh, so it's Harbinger is like selling 3 maps, I guess. I'll start doing that here. I like all these tier 1 ones. Alright.
I'm not up to
Can
that just
we
yet.
upgrade resistance? We can. Brilliant. Feels like when we're flickering around. And yeah, you could think of it like that, since Banana Monkey Butt maps have upgradings. Oh. Oh, not that. Ah, here we go. Wonder here in the abyssal depth they can drop amulets. Probably. Come on. Tag along here. Perhaps not. Perhaps they only drop from chests. Now that I think about it, I'm not sure I've ever seen it drop. Drop. Oh, pleasure. Haven't seen one of those in a while. Having a bit of a damage fall off here. Level 70. Depth 51.
I'm not up to that just yet. Supreme. Did it really say Supreme? Would have been fun with Superior, Supreme, Spike Shield.
Can we please get out? There we go. Oh, 5 linked sockets. That's fun crafting. Since I only have 4 linked so far.
I'm not up to that just yet. Leave me alone so I can loot in peace. There you go. Ooh. Level 86. Something ruined something? Here. Ruined chamber. Maybe just delve? Ah, it's that one. Right. Ball outpost. That's a small image. Can we... And that did not help a lot. They have this shiny outline, I remember.
wall outpost. Yeah, I have not seen that yet, I don't think. It's easy to spot.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Almost forgot to do what I came for. Level 25 bear trap. And a 5% chance to gain a power charge when you throw a trap. It's a cool shield.
Thought I heard something. Stay in the light.
Power level 3, 20% quality. +2 to levels. Wall orb. 50 chaos. Sell it as level 3, 20 chaos if bricks. Or exalt if I hit. So 4. Did nothing, right? It just corrupted it. Ah. So what, 25C then? Ah, it did nothing. Exactly, at least I didn't go down to level 2. Oh man, that would be rough. Takes ages to level that, doesn't it? I'm almost out of full fight. Let's continue move through the abyss. I need stuff from the abyss. League has been shitting out on powers for me. Nice, I have another one leveling in the offhand. Gave 3 away to Gildis. Oh, that's nice. I haven't seen one yet. None of those shiny stuff. Oh, not that one. Oh, dynamite. Not go that way. This way. The one that he just evolved came with level 2 from a ritual. No, it took a while, but it wasn't that long. Add-on quality to empower, enlighten, enhance increases the XP gained by 5%. Oh. 1 per quality. Right. 5% per 1 quality. There we go. Good to know. My totems for a little bit. They do quite a bit of damage. Fungal caverns.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Ooh. Dealt some damage. We're down to monster level 71, depth 57. That's interesting. It's not a huge increase. There it is. Just staying alive. I love one as well. Feels like such a waste, you know? Shiniest mobs not dying. Overboard. leaving mobs behind alive. Feels bad.
I'm not up to that just yet.
So, thinking that this is not super good, is it? I mean, it's fine. It's fine. Don't pet the delve dogs, they bite. It's gonna have a lot of money. Yeah, they do indeed. Well, on the delve event thing in December, I played a zookeeper summoner, right? So I brought a lot of dogs. Well, not these, not the wolves, but the other ones. Did pet them a little bit. Well, I raised their corpses, I suppose. I don't know if that involves some petting. That event happened to coincide with my finals week, unfortunately. How did the finals go? And we're done with this for a little while. Oh, class. I abused my school's grading system in order to pass my capstone course. I don't know what capstone is. Without doing the final for that class. Alright, you have a credit system? Like you get credits and then you reach a grade? That's interesting.
I'm not up to that.
And we have something similar to finals, but it's not the same. Other class had a fun one where we had to watch an episode of a show about teachers and look at it through the lens of what we learned through the semester. Yeah. It's like a fun time.
Welcome. Farewell.
Like we have in capstone is like the highest level undergrad class before you finish your major. Alright. It's supposed to build up to a large final project to summarize everything that you've learned in the course and in the major. Yeah. That's all I've seen. Like, seen this stuff talked about in TV, but it's so different from how our school works. Like the minor major thing. We don't have that at all. I don't think. It was worth 25% of his grade, so he effectively had 100%, so I was like, screw it. Yeah, that's the approach I've taken as well. Like, if you put in the effort, then the work is done. Find the C's, get degrees. So C is the grade, I guess. You have A to F. Like in my university, the grades didn't matter. It's like you passed or you didn't pass. Like common saying in America. Nice. In university, that is. In university, it's you don't have majors and minors. You do the course, and you get the passing grade or you don't. If you don't get a passing grade, then they give you extra work and say, hey, do this and this and this to get the passing grade. They don't like, since they get paid per student that finishes, right? So they have a vested interest in university to make every student pass. And there are no grades. Like there are grades, but nobody really cares about them. It's more of an assessment thing, like for the professors, teachers, and yourself. Like how well did I do? It doesn't factor into your future. Oh, that's gotta be nice. That's banana one. Okay. Hey, it is kind of nice. System is nice, I think. Huh. And like I think we do have a different attitude towards grading in general. Since what we do say it's in a grade that the student needs to know this, like it's knowledge-based. What's a better word than knowledge? Like practical knowledge, can you have that? Very first thing my psychiatrist had to work out with me was not emphasizing so much on grades. Yeah, it's about learning, right? It's learning that's fun. The grades is good and all, but I agree with your psychiatrist. Like the grades as guidelines for the school and the students, I guess, more like this is what this course entails, this is what you need to learn. Then how you go about doing that, it's not like you don't get credits for doing like an assignment. Assignment is designed to show to the teacher that the student knows and understand, have the knowledge that is required, right, to pass the course. And if you fail, then you can just put in another assignment. You do an extra assignment. I mean, the teachers and professors and whatnot, like, they won't do a lot of extra work. Like, doing extra work, like, outside their normal hours or whatnot. It's like, usually it's redone or something. Banana Waffle Monkey says, a lot of it was actually parental influence. Oh, you don't say. Did you just say that psychological issues, that you had psychological issues that came from your parental influence? I would never have guessed. Never in a million years. I'm sorry. My sister failed quite a few classes and they went overboard in the opposite direction. Yeah, my condolences. I mean, Also, one could say that.
I'm not up to that just
What
yet.
was I thinking about? Traveling sockets, 150. Ooh. That, I mean, it's even if they went overboard and you had to deal with it, and they went overboard, and I mean, it sucks for you, and my condolences on all that. There is worse issues to have to work through, right? Since having good grades, even though
Good to see you.
it has led to say, well, I don't know if it's led to issues, but it seems like it from the language that you're using. Still, like, yeah, there are way worse stuff to work through. And it has, like now, well, in a few years, in 5 years, you won't be in the situation where you're going nowhere fast, is that the saying? Like, having no grades, no nothing, no prospects, I don't know. What to say, what I'm trying to say here. Like, even though it sucks, you can work through it, and when you work through it, you've got something to show for it, right? Rather than like compared to a heroin addict or whatever, like in their 30s, 40s, I don't know, the 30s have nothing to show for all their psychological traumas. Silver lining, that is what I'm looking for. Silver lining. Not to diminish your experience, or not saying that it's good, it's just silver lining. What am I doing here? Chateau? Turns End? Yeah. Chateau. Interesting. Actually, I want to try elemental equilibrium and see what happens.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Wow. Maven is not yet interested in this region. Oh, can Maven only be interested in one region at a time? In that case, maybe I want to go over here. Oh, that's a nice surprise for Banana Waffle Monkey. Didn't even realize it, but it's 5% off from level 92. So don't die right now. My recommendation. Use any of those? Not yet. No unnecessary risks when you find that out.
I give you to the earth.
That sounded like Cassia. Oh, it is Cassia. Nice. fuckers. Worked out just fine. Ooh, a blighted map. Very nice. Armor and evasion. Ooh, that's a crafting base, probably. Yeah, it's generals as well. I've actually been thinking about leaving Triumphant Lamellar and going to General's Brigandine instead. Just a little bit more armor instead. To get more red, because I need a lot of red sockets. With influence. Yeah, exactly. That's... Yeah. Teleporting. Ooh. Oh, this is a metamorph as well. Keep my eyes out for that. Superior double eyes. Nope, nope. Let's go back to where we're supposed to be.
I'm not up to that just yet.
And keep our eye out for... Oh. Where are you going? Over here? Murderer's Eye. There we go. This? Evasion and energy shield. Actually, that's not... I'm running out of wall orbs here. Like that. Bring it when it's superior, I guess. So, Screaming essence of misery. Is that something that I would want to... Let's check it out. Essence of misery. Wait, I don't have... Didn't have any misery. It's one of these, probably. Might as well. And let's... Yeah. Oh, we got two interesting bases now. This one with the life. This one with the influence. Taking fire damage. Didn't this have something to do with when I'm burning? No. Increased fire damage taken and physical damage taken, so that's no fun.
Hello. Exile. I'm not up to that just yet.
Global critical strike chance. That is nice. Adds fire damage to axe attacks. That is nice. And can we get a life from a regal? Would really like to get a good life roll. Energy shield per second.
Blessings.
What's my rings look like? It's fine. And that ring, I don't see that ring being replaced anytime soon either. Holy shit. Okay, I think these two have all my resistances. Like, I don't need any other resistances after these two. So fucked up. Price level 48, item level 68, yeah. This is item level 70. Straight up. So good. Wait, do I really need cold and lightning resists on that one? Oh. Craft something else on this ring. Wait. Yeah, craft something else. Oh, I don't even need any resistance on it at all. I could get a ring with just a lot of life. I'm crafting you. Elemental damage with attack skills. That's tier 1. There we go. Tier 2 adds fire damage. Increased fire damage. Here we go. That is probably what we want. Global multiple fractions. Increased. Oh, if you shattered, I'm not shattering anything. No, that's it would do increased fire damage. That's wrong.
I'm not up to that just yet.
This I want to craft on implicit on. We'll put it there for now.
Cool winds.
It's of insanity. Spectral spirits. And equipped. %16% more attack speed. Ooh, that is nice. And the gloves. In onslaught, don't need that. Helmet. I don't deal physical damage. Shield, no. Quiver, no. Amulet, no. Ring. Stick. Belt. No. So it would be, but no, that don't work. I have these gloves. I get the feeling these gloves are not going anywhere. So what was the helmet thing? Helmet and boots. Helmet. Gain 50% of physical damage as extra lightning. That's too bad. Wait. Boots, there we go. 12% increased movement speed while on burning, chilled, or shocked ground. Oh man. Like, boots and helmets were the ones that I would want to use it on, but it's boring as fuck. Well, and body armor. Gain onslaught. Don't need that either. Very fun thing though. I think I've gotten 2 of those super shiny stuff thingamajigs.
I'm not up to that just yet.
A lot of stuff going on. I have inventory for this? Yeah, I think so. Actually, elemental equilibrium is working just fine so far, but will get a problem if I get to higher tier maps, but I can just cross my way out of higher tier maps when it becomes an issue. For now, I don't seem to have to worry that much. Nuisance, but I'm surviving and the enemies are dying. All that matters for now. Oh.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Whoa! Here we go. Spoke too soon earlier. Not to bleed in the poison. Here we go, now he shows up. Strange. Rare armor? It's fine. Armor, maybe some catalysts. Cards. I do like cards. I like catalysts. Hammer's brain. Nice. Quick, fast attacks. Quick. Sounds like a fun organ. Yeah, it was fine. I'm faster. Like the Flash. Yeah. The build is a little bit like the Flash. Oh, I'm dying. It's close.
I'm not up to that just
Right
yet.
here. Some splinters. What's this? Lighted map. 4,000 tribute. Let's defer that. Spirit access banana walk monkey. Alright. Divine fervor. Oh, look at that! It's not a replacement for my current one. Current thing. Searching eye. Maximum life accuracy. Fire damage to attacks. Oh. That is actually pretty good. Oh, and that was my last ritual reward. Fire damage over time and medium. Hit that so we can roll. Chill splinter. We can get this bow. No, I don't have any room for it, so. Still need more Perandus coins. Fountain of plants? Nah. This. No. Alright, there we go. This was a good map. A lot of fine loot. With these boots. Skeletons. Some arrows.
Salah. I'm not up to that just yet.
Big deal physical damage? Don't, not at the moment. Like, is there no physical damage? It seems like it doesn't. Here we go, fire damage, fire damage. It's just all fire damage. So I should be able to do reflect physicals. But I've got so many Chaos Orbs, so let's not risk it. These needs to be somewhere else. Probably right here. No. Sounds this. Oh. Oh. Here. Uh-huh. There we go. Should I bring something from here? Probably. Okay. I do have a tools breach stone I haven't done yet. Oh, right, it's a yellow map. Let's go. Maybe I should have done it more shiny.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Alright, I don't know what the monkey says. In my education psychology class last semester, at the end of semester I was looking at my grades and I realized there was a small assignment that I never did, like a month late, so instead I decided to write a course reflection. I received a partial credit for it, and the million-dollar line was, the most important thing I realized while taking this course is that what I've learned also applies to myself. Wait, was that a million-dollar line in a psychology class? Or in a reflection? I guess that's better with your country's approach to grading, I suppose. If we want to reflect about the course contents, if I wanted to, I would have to like shoehorn it in, force it in, and it's more about, just expressing oneself. It did not help your grade out. Typical Swedish. Nobody cares what you think. Who do you think you are? It's a very Swedish attitude to people talking about themselves. It's kind of rough. that is a called. That's probably the best thing about studying psychology. Like, oh, learning about myself and the world that I live in. Like, things that are useful in the real world. Understanding how I work and how the world works. Always a good thing, in my opinion. I really enjoy learning those things, and I think that, from my point of view, that society could get. I would enjoy society more if more people studied psychology and philosophy, ethics, stuff like that. Well, good morning, Colgate on tap. We have the same in Finland, but towards any talking, not only about talking about yourself, talking about anything. Like, I've heard that. I didn't know if it was a stereotype, but I heard that Finland is way worse than us in that regard. Feels like I don't know. It's common within the Nordic countries. It's just shut the fuck up and go sit in the sauna and drink a beer or whatever. I don't know. Just don't do that. Silence is golden. Yeah, silence is golden. Mm-hmm. Banana Waffle Monkey says that America is very focused on the South. Cultures could probably learn a bit or two from each other. I don't know how that would work though. I mean, I guess we all watch American TV and learn from that, so perhaps it is changing. It's probably changing a little bit. What do you think, Colgate on tap? Would you say that it is changing? I mean, just the field of psychology is changing more about human culture than I think we are aware of. Like explicitly aware of, I think.
I'm not up to that just yet. That would only slow me down.
Like mental illness and mental welfare. That is becoming such a big thing. Colgate on tap asks, what is changing? Like in Sweden, the thing we were talking about, silence is golden and keep your mouth shut, don't talk about yourself. I think that over time, like if we take a time span of like 30 to 40 years, I think it's less now than it was, that we are moving towards a more like being able to speak up and whatnot. My hypothesis was that one part of that is due to just the field of psychology, the knowledge, and switching cultural landscape. I think one of the things I love about studying both English and chemistry is that I get to compare and contrast the different emotional mindsets of people in both disciplines, respectively.
I will see you again.
Yeah, the humanities and the what they're called, not humanities, physics and all of that. Thinking like an engineer and thinking like a psychologist. I've been, like, most of my education was social studies, philosophy, psychology, language. And I've been more and more like you, I think, training myself to think like an engineer. Engineers has a lot of stuff figured out, man. A lot of stuff figured out. Like both. Yeah, I like that. Yes, some people have that predilection. Is that the word? Learning a little bit about many things. Then there are others who are just single-minded, focus on the one, on A1.
I'm not up to that
Close.
just yet.
What the fuck? Did you see that? Something critted me. I think I got hit by this ball that shot another ball that just boom. Fortunate. We're just a single enemy left as well. So let's defer this item. All ritual splinters. Yeah, let's get the remove corruption. Else can I defer? 42 ritual splinters. Yeah. Colgate in on tap says that I don't think Finland will become more talkative. Oh? Balls deep. Clipped by Banana Waffle. Oh. Can I rewatch that? Okay, here. Now there's just this guy up here left. There we go. And oh, I got hit by 3 balls. Balls deep, I get it. Balls of death, even, not balls deep. Yeah, 3 of them just whoopam! Just that single dude. I was almost dead as well. I was standing here as I was clicking like flicker. You know, sometimes it just freezes up. So I was like, come on, let's flicker over in there. But it didn't. And boom, I'm dead. Chaos damage, yeah. It's like a truck. So Colgate in on tap, would you say that like psychological health has that become a bigger deal in Finland? Like if you take the last Yeah, let's take the last 21 years since the Millennium Switch. Like going to psychologists, psychiatrists. Psychiatrists is the word I'm looking for, I think. Psychologist is someone who studies, right? Academic, and psychiatry is someone that helps you out with your issues, like therapy. Not necessarily issues, just helps you out. It's a better way to put it.
I have some good news.
Colgate Immuntap says, I don't know, we've always been good at suicides. Ooh, that's dark, man. I'm kind of curious. Suicide rates per country. By gender? I mean, I suppose. I guess you share something in common with America. Here we go. Oh. I think my little thing here is screwing it up a little bit. So, wait, here we go. Women, men, total. Here we go. Total is I'm interested in. Oh, I'm actually surprised that these, well, Korea, I'm not surprised. I thought Japan would be higher. Like these. Both surprised by the numbers and that they are recorded statistics, that they record statistics on this. Here we go. Yeah, you do have something in common. 22.2. Can look up the youth risk surveillance system if you want American statistics. The limitation is that the data is limited to minors. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. Statista. I'm guessing that a web page called Statista will do as well as they can. Yeah, they link sources information and stuff like that. You have here. Oh, long number. Per 100,000. Colgate Immuntap says, but we do much better in happiness. Yeah, I remember that as well. A lot of Baltic countries here at the top, and then we have a lot of European and British Empire stuff. European British stuff. I get the feeling like there are a lot of countries missing here. Yeah. I don't think this is really global. Like, according to this, China doesn't have any suicides, right? And statistically speaking, that would make sense to me, because I don't think they would report on that. That because of survivorship bias. Wait, is what because of survivorship bias? Happiness? Survivorship. Isn't survivorship bias that you... Wait. I'm confused. Yeah, it's like you only look at... No, I think we were talking about this, something similar the other day. It's like you what's the example? Like they were in the war, they were looking at the planes and like looking statistically, like these are all the holes that the plane is taking, and then you, yeah, exactly. That's when you look at all the holes in the plane, and then you harden the spots where all the holes are statistically, because, well, you want less holes in there. But then someone, big brain, says that, well, shouldn't we really say harden it where we don't find any holes? Because those are the planes that crashes, right? If you have high suicide rates, you're gonna generally be left with happier people. Oh, no. That won't work though. Survivorship bias. There is an order of magnitude issue that you run into there. Also, the more suicides you have to also. Suicide doesn't generate happiness. Suicide's like the family and everybody around them gets lowered happiness. Suicide is not a good thing for people's happiness. Not at all. It lowers it. It doesn't increase it. Haven't you had friends or whatnot? Since you're high on this list, I've had 2 friends, acquaintances kill themselves. Both of them are still points of anxiety for me, right? That did not make me any happier at all. Oh, that's rough.
Yes.
Time to try to kill Droxy. See how this goes. And even if you would consider that
I'm not up to that just yet.
a bump from the ones that, like, even if you wouldn't consider that, it would still not matter when measuring happiness. Because when you measure happiness, you look at the whole population, right? Compared to just a small percentage of suicides that happen. It was like, what was it, 20 per 100,000? That's just a drop in the ocean. Should have friends in the first place, says Colgate in the tab. Did you mean should not have friends in the first place? That is... I mean, I would say that that is no way to live, but then I try to count my friends, and it's like, oh, I don't really have any. But then again, like, I have family, right? Would you consider family friends? We are a social creature. Human is. Need social interaction for... What am I looking for? For our mental well-being. Psychological health. We're a social creature and we need that social interaction somehow. You want to call them friends, acquaintances, or whatever. Or family. I mean, even if you are an introvert, like me, you still need to... Well, the recommendation would be to diversify a little bit. Like, have a couple of friends, like, except from your family and whatnot. Should have to have friends who committed suicide. I don't understand what you mean by that. I mean, suicide is... I don't think it's a good idea, since it's... Like, I have a pretty simple mind regards to that, and it's like there's a lot of suffering in the world. Anything that creates more suffering is I don't like that. So I don't like suicides, and I would prefer nobody have friends that commit suicides. That's my view on that, my opinion.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Like, the less suffering, the better. That's the way I view it. Like there is, if you have closer friends that commit suicide, there is, well, for me it was a lot of anger towards that person as well. Like you can't have friends who committed suicide if you don't have friends in the first place. Well, I mean, that is a very... How should I respond to that? Like, you can't fulfill your psychological needs without friends either, right? It's a two-edged sword. No risk, no reward. There we go. Also, if you were to become their friend, like what's the biggest cause of suicide? Isolation. Probably. I wouldn't say the biggest, but one of the biggest causes of like depression and stuff like that is isolation. So if you become friends with someone, then maybe that someone won't commit suicide. What do you say to that? I'll get into that. Banana Waffle Monkey says the pandemic is making a lot of people realize this. I'm a huge introvert. This is too much even for me. It's not that easy for everybody to make friends. No. Oof. Making friends is hard. It gets harder the older you get. I mean, children have it easier. It's like they're forced into friendships. It just becomes harder and harder. Literature has been talking about the dangers of isolation since, well, forever is a bit of a stretch, but for a long time. Yeah. Psychology, like when mental health, it's isolation, it's like the main thing to deal with.
I'm not up to that just
If you
yet.
deal with isolation, then usually, I mean, it's simplified, right? But dealing with the isolation. Paradise Lost. Satan, Banana Waffle Monkey says, in John Milton's Paradise Lost, Satan doesn't just convince Adam and Eve to eat the forbidden fruit. He capitalizes on Eve's tendency to want to split off from Adam and waits until she's alone to indoctrinate her. And that's when he has to go and convince Adam. That is an old story. So, well, maybe since forever is apt, maybe I'll take back my stance on that. What's that? I mean, forever is relative, right? But relative to humanity, probably since forever, yeah. So, flip side of that is exclusionary consequences. Making friends is difficult. Maybe one should do a dating app, but a friend finding app. That wouldn't work though. because finding friends is difficult. And people who have difficulties finding friends would not really, I don't know. First order of business would be to convince the person and for the person to understand that finding friends is a good idea. If you have issues, usually you just don't do it. Like, I don't do it. I don't look for friends. Even though I should, perhaps. By forever, you just mean it hyperbolically, or at least as long as written literature has been around, exactly. So forever might as well be, since you said people have been, what was it again? Literature has been talking about the dangers of isolation since forever, and then forever has to be within the confines of literature, right? So, yeah, since forever, probably. Bumble has a friends mode. I don't know what Bumble is. I'm guessing that's a dating app, but for finding friends. Still alive, still alive.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Warlord's Key. Oh.
Killing you will be utterly satisfying.
Rock's time. Good luck, says Banana. Thanks. Don't get fisted. All my evasion is gonna work. Works until it doesn't, yeah. Do you know, by the way, all these things that he puts out like these, do I really need to kill them, or can I just focus Drox himself and just let them be here? Like, I've always gone for the kill on the bottoms, banners, whatnot. Just the ones in the center, like the one that he's standing in, and Flicker will take care of that one that he stands in. He is invincible, yeah. But that'll be fine, because Flicker will just deal with that for me, just the other ones that I care about. Oh. Slam. Oh. Here we go. Colgate in on tab says, some people say that online friends do not count as real friends. Who says that? But I don't think meeting in person is necessary for friendship. I totally agree with what you're saying, Colgate in on tab. Saying that, I mean, you know what you say to people who say that online friends does not count? You just say, okay, boomer. But that has gotta be a boomer that says that. It's gotta be, right? However, there is also value to having a social interaction where you look someone in the eye. I'm not invalidating or saying that online friendships or like sitting on Discord and like building a proper friendship like that, and there is great value in that for sure, and that is a real friendship. I've had most of my friendships have been online, I would say. But like touching somebody else is also like it's part of social interaction that we need. Doesn't necessarily contain friendship, I suppose, but here we go. Banana Waffle Monkey says, my line roars flasks add knockback to melee attacks, so I can use that with Cyclone to push Drox out of the banner. Good idea. practice reading physical body language. It's also good practice in general. In addition to eye contact, like you mentioned, yeah, the visceral component. There we go. That's a good way for it. The visceral component of social interaction.
I'm not up to that just yet.
It's part of our needs. Luckily, I'm guessing all three of us are introverted at heart, so luckily for us, especially in the pandemic times, our need is not as great as an extroverted need to see, feel, and touch. Still have the need, but you can usually go, I get by fine by just family for now. I'm pretty sure we can get by just fine. Being at work, we don't have to have IRL friends, like real friends that the boomers would say. I think we can get by just fine with that and having our social interactions at like a job or something like that. I think I'm ambiverted with an inclination towards introversion. Yeah, that's most people are like my biggest takeaway from psychology, studying that, is that every human trait you can imagine, you can place on a bell curve. And just the term introversion, it's an umbrella term which is very limiting in its explanational value, I suppose I will call it. Like, put me in a wedding and I'll be the wallflower. I won't talk to anyone, I won't dance, I'll just hang out. Put me in a seminar in university and I'll be the loudest, the most talkative person in the room. Right, it's a simplification. We respected personal space in Finland long before the pandemic. Oh, I mean, yeah, everything is relative in that sense. I'm guessing that you did it better than we did, with drawbacks, of course. Many drawbacks to respecting personal space too much. That is, I mean, respecting personal space, that is the reason why making friends is difficult, right? Oh, what's this? Carving your mat. 2 of them. You can only afford 1. I'll defer the other one. And this one. Respecting personal space is nice. In the pandemic, people are having issue with that. It's a bit sad. Expanded swords on 100s. Oh, congratulations. I thought you said you were halfway there. Increased stun duration and miss. Strength, more maximum physical attack damage, less minimum physical attack damage. Adds 1 to 20 physical damage to attacks, 82 maximum life, gain 50 life when you stun on it. Very nice. Very nice. He linked his new toy. And he liquidated the divines. Oh, right. He didn't count that. That is nice. Indeed. Cleared out, haven't I?
Not
No?
up to that just yet.
A bit here. Hello, cat. Then again, in Finland, say that making friends is hard. I think it'll be easier than you think, since it's the same for everybody, right? Everybody has that difficulty. Having that in mind, can probably do something about it, I guess. It's not that much more difficult when you are used to our culture. However, it's more difficult for immigrants who are not used to making friends with no words. Yeah. Culture. What the English word for it? Culture collide? Is that the English for it? I think so. That is like, you run into that wherever you go. Making friends in a culture that differs significantly from what you're used to. It's gonna be difficult for anyone. Moving from one culture to another. No matter if you're moving to Finland or Sweden or South Africa or China. And that is why in segregation, that word, it sounds like something that comes top down. Like it's a racist thing or whatever, but it's, I mean, it can be systemic. There we go, systemic. And it is systemic, I mean, but
Yes.
segregation also happens because when you, like, I've lived in not significantly different cultures, but I've lived abroad. And like, you're drawn to other Swedes more than I am here. Like, oh, you're Swedish. I'm Swedish. We're friends now. It goes like that when you're abroad.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
America has had a huge fucking problem with it. With segregation. Yeah. Yeah, you have like subcultures and kind of rough subcultures, even, I think. Was that all my scrolls of wisdom? Okay.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
Like with the slavery, and now with the,
I'm not up to that just
like,
yet.
you do have like a large portion of America is Spanish speaking, right? Or have I misunderstood that? Colgate in tab says, I think it's called a group identity. Yeah, that's one word for it. think group identity would be on a smaller scale, though. I think the word culture just works out fine, I think. I think everywhere that it happens, like a lot of immigration, where you have a lot of immigration, you will have culture collides, right? Or into different cultural or group identities, they smash together and they don't really blend very easily. You have to make an effort. Making efforts. People don't like making efforts. We're lazy. We're lazy. Hey, work. Wait. Ciao. If you are abroad and meet fellow Swedes there, I think that is small enough. Oh, right. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Yeah, group identity. Like, we're instantly friends. Well, herd culture. This. Here we go. Looking good. Perfect. Some more sulfite. I had to do an assignment recently for my special education course, where I looked at the various law cases throughout history. And there were a lot of issues with segregation in education. And what I noticed was happening is when there was an issue and a lawsuit happens and the legal precedent is set. That's like, no, you can't do this. People segregating would just be like, okay, and then find a new, less obvious form of way to segregate until eventually there's another lawsuit that resolves with the precedent that they can't do that either.
I'm not up to that just yet.
I think the word segregation does not mean the same thing for you and me. Segregating in school would like having people from one culture, like if someone is doing the segregating, like, oh, we bring all the people from this group into this classroom and all the people from that group into another classroom. Then we have the type of segregating that just happens. In the simplest form is like when you go to school, there is segregation between boys and girls, right? Boys mostly hang out with boys and girls mostly hang out with girls. That's not something that the school does or a lawsuit happens about. It's just groupthink, group identity. And would agree that systemic, like school or the society in that matter, would be. I wouldn't think it was a good idea. I wouldn't like the idea of encouraging segregation. I would probably argue for making an effort to work against that way we do. In America, the iconic segregation related to court cases. Plessy versus Ferguson. One of the big stains in our history. Wow. One of the rulings they got wrong, but eventually overturned. And Brown versus Board of Education, I think is what got overturned. Our legal system works very differently. I would, as I always do when people use that word, that word doesn't make any sense in like moral and ethical issues. Like the word is or wrong. Like it's all a matter of perspective, right? Subjective perspective or idea or opinion. There are no wrongs or rights.
I'm not up to that just yet.
It's just what people agree to or don't agree to, I think is an interesting point to it. And I have this. But we have, oh man, you've got to have read that study. What is it called? Self-fulfilling prophecies. Oh man, it was a famous study in studying school. When they went in, they did a lot of tests, and then they said, "Oh, these people will go far. These kids will go far in school. They have the stuff. And these people, oh, I'm sorry, they're not. They don't have the aptitude." Lo and behold, that is exactly what happened. Crux was that the groups was just put out randomly. Growth versus fixed mindset. Yeah. It's like they didn't. You've got to have read that study, right? Fuck, I'm trying to remember what she was called again. The author. Heard it like a bunch of times. Carol Dweck? No, that's not the one. Fuck, I'm so terrible at names. It was an actual study where they went in and did that very test. How would I even Google that? I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's still like when talking about segregation, it's like we assume we make an ass out of you and me. That people will behave in a segregated manner. And people will assume that boys and girls stick to their own groups. They will do that. I'm guessing that's a decision a teacher has to make, right? If they wanna, how much they wanna, or if they want to at all fight against segregation or not. Some things could be like put into law, I suppose. which is always a good thing for. Yeah. Ooh. Maven's invitation. Exciting stuff. What's going on? Oh no. Bugged. Bugged. Can't click it. Portal. There's no enemies here. I lost my train of thought. Yeah, like some things we decide democratically, like this is how we do it. Like we don't differentiate like academically between girls and boys. Not anymore. I don't think we do that anymore. I'm pretty sure that that's the way in Sweden anyway. I think girls have a little bit preferential treatment, but that is balancing out at the moment. But then there are so many other things that it's just up to the teacher. Teachers are so important, man. It's like looking at the most important jobs from a societal standpoint. It's like, what do we have? Doctors, teachers. Oh, and we have, of course, police, ambulance, drivers, all of those as well. Fire brigade. Teachers are often overlooked. Ah, here we go. Here's my state's code of ethics for teachers. I don't like the Swedish one. I won't read this whole thing, but we can first we can turn this. Oh, it's a PDF. Can change the colors of PDFs, eh? Michigan Code of Educational Ethics. Responsibility to the professions. Trust in the educational system depends upon a level of upon the level of professional conduct and responsibility that may be higher than required by law. This entails holding one and others to the same ethical standards. I mean, yeah, I can get behind that, like having a code of ethics like this. A lot of it is just don't sleep with the fucking students. Also, you're supposed to fuck them, not sleep with them. I'm sorry. No. That is so fucked up. Yeah. But yeah. That is code of ethics. Like, you're not supposed to be friends. That's not what like. Don't be friends with the kids. Don't do inappropriate like relationship. You have a teacher-student. You're there to teach them stuff. Not they are supposed to get stuff out of you, not the other way around. But I think there's room for interpretation, says Banana Waffle Monkey. There's always room for interpretation, whatever you write down. Based on this code, it can be argued that when we accept this code, we have a responsibility to fight against segregation. Code defines that as multiple relationships. Here we go. Acknowledging that the lack of could start a charge of unethical conduct. All right. Right, you can lose your job. You have to agree to this, and if you break it, they could argue to like kick you out. You're not allowed to teach anymore. Oh. I call this attitude. It's so useful. It works in so many situations. I call it the dumb tourist because I've been the dumb tourist so many times. Oh, I was not allowed? Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry. It works in so many situations. So that's like the first thing. Don't play the dumb tourist. You have to know this stuff. If you don't, then you're... Let's see, we had multiple relationships. Being friends with students is multiple relationships. All right. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I'm guessing that the code says that you shouldn't have multiple relationships. Responsibility for professional competence. You have to know what you're talking about. Responsibility to the students. Treat them with dignity and respect. Like, right here, it's like, what is dignity? What is respect? Promoting health. That, like, health is such a big word. Safety and well-being. Now, that is an interesting thing. Like here, respecting students by taking into account their age, gender, culture, setting, and socioeconomic context. Because that, like, the biggest predictor for academic performance is this. This is the biggest predictor in academic achievement or whatever. This is the biggest predictor. So what do we mean by saying that we respect their socioeconomic context? Should we respect that if they come from like a lower class background? Should we just respect their, like, the attitude that comes from that culture that, no, I don't have to study, I don't have to achieve? Should a teacher do that? Or does it mean to respect that people come from different backgrounds and we adapt and try to make our classroom as educational as possible for each individual? Like, everything is up to interpretation in documents like these. Yep. Fucking bothers me. This. Something Wharf. Sapir Wharf. Here we go. No, wait. What is this? No. What's this? Can we get a Wikipedia page, please? Linguistic relativity. That is not what I was thinking about either. Why do I remember this name? And why did I think about this in this context? I just gotta know. The hypothesis of linguistic relativity is part of relativism, also known as the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. It's not the one that I was thinking about before. before, but the Worf hypothesis, or Worfianism, is a principle suggesting that the structure of language affects the speaker. Oh no, alright. No, this is something completely different. This is, I'm pretty sure this is the blue. We have Rush. No? Yeah, but this is a cool thing as well. Yeah, here we go. Like in Russian, they have these two colors, Sinj and Guluboy. And those two colors, these are two separate colors linguistically. We would call them light blue and dark blue. We would call them both blue, it's just a lighter blue and a darker blue. But for them, it's like saying purple and blue, or green and blue, or whatever, you know? So for them, it's way easier. Russians are way better at making a distinguish between these two colors. Like, if we take one of us that has light blue and dark blue, we are worse at making that distinguishing factor between those two colors. But only that difference, if I remember correctly, it was a long time ago, so take this with a pinch of salt. As far as I remember and understood, is that this only applies to the right side field of vision, since our linguistic, different languages have different colors, and this is an example of that. But it's a linguistic difference, right? So the linguistics is in the left side of the brain, therefore it affects our right field of view, since it's our left side that watches the right side, since everything is flipped. I'm pretty sure that's it. I wonder why I started thinking about that. That's not relevant to anything that we've been discussing. I really wanted to do this.
I'm not up to that just
There we
yet.
go. Sometimes we're bugged.
Hello.
Use the personal map type. There's this map. Gear 1. No, thank you. Last Val Orb. Here we go. And it's gonna be the 6th link. I know it. My knowledge was lacking.
Hello.
Made a
Exile.
mistake. Oh, I missed something here. Banana Waffle Monkey says, are they better at distinguishing those colors, or is it just that they have the language to describe those distinguish? No, it's distinguishing. It's they sit with they measure the speed, like how fast they react to differentiate between the colors. So they sit in front of a computer screen and they look at colors and they say, are these two different colors or are they the same colors? And they press yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. That's the kind of thing that they were testing. And that is, then the assumption is that they are better, and they have a significantly, well, it's not a big difference, but they have a small significantly result where they show that the Russians have it a little bit different than us. It's because, you know, you construct a worldview, right? this is what the world looks like, this is how the world works, and then you react accordingly. So it's like, for you, it would be, if you're not, well, other two colors that you can see are not colorblind dependent. Like let's say yellow and blue. I think everybody can see a difference unless you're monochromatic, and then you're screwed. But like for you, it's gotta be faster to make the difference between yellow and blue and yellow and purple. Right? It's easier to distinguish between those two than those two. Like these two colors would also be a little bit more difficult. And for them, it's just that they have a wider gap between the light blue and the dark blue. I don't know why that stuck into my mind. I just thought it was cool. It's just cool. Man, really need to go to the bathroom. Be right back. Oh, fuck. Sounded interesting when I left. Microphone falling down. And I figured it out. Here we go. Rosen. That was gonna bother me. No. Okay, yeah, the Pygmalion effect. There we go. The Pygmalion effect is a psychological phenomenon wherein high expectations lead to improved performance in a given area. The effect is named after the Greek myth of Pygmalion, a sculptor who fell in love with the statue that he had carved. It's weird. Or alternately, the psychologist Robert Rosenthal. Oh, it was a dude, I thought it was a woman. Rosenthal and Lenore Jacobson in their book apply the idea to teachers' expectations of their students affecting the students' performance. There we go. A view that has been undermined partially by subsequent research. All right. Yeah, because they claim that it's the expectation that creates it, but it's the behavior of the students, right? Teachers. Held that high expectations led to better performance and low expectations led to worse. Both effects leading to a self-fulfilling prophecy. According to the Pygmalion effect, the targets of the expectations internalize their positive labels, and those with positive labels succeed accordingly. I mean, there's a lot of, what's that word, conjecture? No, they make a lot of assumption in here from the actual study. Similar process works in the opposite direction of low expectations. The idea behind the Pygmalion effect is that increasing the leader's expectation of the follower's performance will result in better follower performance. I mean, that is the consequence, right? Within sociology, the effect is often cited with regard to education and social class. The Pygmalion effect has also been subjected to criticism. Yeah, as it is explained here, but one could, like, a consequence of having higher expectations. Like, if you have higher expectations, you work with that assumption, you always push the students more, and the more you push the students, the better that they will achieve. But then again, there are a lot of factors. I understand, like, the criticisms, like that parental push, like we talked about earlier, Banana Waffle Monkey, that parents and teachers push you too hard and maybe even to an unattainable goal. That would be, I mean, what am I looking for here? Yeah, unattainable goals, that only leads to mental unhealth. I don't know. So I can add stuff into this. Does that mean I can add, like, scarabs? I probably don't want that, though. Yeah, this will be fine. And also, if you're only looking at academic achievement, that's very single-minded of an attitude. Maven has no interest in this area. This is an oversight. Maven's invitation, but Maven doesn't have any interest in that area. First time we're going to Maven's. No? Activation failed. So was it because of that? No, it's because of these. What about this? No? The Crucible! Alright. This is the Maven. Can I talk to her? No.
Just yet.
Right. And no drops. Ah, but here we go. Now we unlocked Atlas passive points. Oh, so you don't really care about which bosses you kill, you just care about killing bosses to get the passive points. Right? This button. Ah, it just shows it. Nice. Sacred Grove. That's harvest. We do like harvest. Beyond. Increased Dune missions in areas grant 100% increased favor. Ooh. Or what do we have here? Corrupting imprisoned monsters in areas. Cannot release them. Oh. But yeah, we're going this way. And apply. Right. What's this? Is that a refund thing? Yeah, I'll switch between application and refund. Alright, we've learned that system. A little bit at least. We don't know how she decides what to do though. It was pretty fast. And we just go back to the hideout. Then we go to Turns End. Here we go. Underground River. Or Chateau Fields. Here we go. Don't like Chateau. Really like this stash tab. It was a good purchase. Serious Times has been unawful monkey. No wait. Don't have corrupted blood jewel. You're right back. He says. Over here. Shaper. Oh, let's wait. We don't need to spend like a lot right now. Let's focus on this tube.
Deal is over, Exile.
Poor corrupted creature. I'm not up to that just yet.
Yeah, this is dead. Think.
If you cut a Parandus, and you definitely should not do so, but
I'm
Did
going
not
to kill
die.
you, Giannis. Just Exile.
That's a pretty good craft. Wait, oh fuck. Is it only for those? Oh man, I should have kept the cold resistance on here. I could craft that on here. Yeah, we'll see.
past partnership was a debacle. I dare not duplicate. I see. You are a test sent to me by God as I reach the... I'll rip that mask off, along with your head. The mask isn't for my protection, it's for yours. Kill me once, shame on you.
Riker, 1 rank up, or
I just
Chimera,
can't bring
1 rank
myself
up.
to care. It's death for me.
Sextons or
I'm afraid the only option here for me.
stashes. Let's go for sextons, I suppose.
Yes, Exile. A savage slave.
Somehow, trusting this Riker Maloney feels like a mistake. But I see no better option right now.
Did I? Oh. Ah. There's Yoon. There's Yoon. Nice. I thought Yoon teleported, but he's in a super position. Or is he entangled? I don't know. I don't know quantum physics. No, that's one of those words. Being at 2 places at once. Entangled are 2 separate things. That's probably the superposition I'm thinking about. Here's the 3rd place.
I'm not up to that just yet.
How?
It's the one.
You want to know what we've been
Oh.
doing here? Sure, I'll tell you. As long as... Don't
Safe
tell the
house.
syndicate I told you. Or do.
Thanks to your hard work. Warm nights.
Wasn't it stinging about the last time and the time before that, I think? Nothing, eh? Burning another one of those. Here we go. Banana Waffle Monkey says, I learned 2 important and/or interesting things from dating my ex. She was a sociology major, and one of those things that she was telling me about was that she was learning in class. One of the things that she was telling me about that she was learning in class was that the dominant economic system of a society is reflected in individual interpersonal relationships. And so oftentimes when I'm thinking about relationships or having discussion about them, I'm thinking about it in ways that we're talking about relationships are capitalistic or not. Thinking about in what ways we're talking about relationships are capitalistic or not. Dominant economic system of a society is reflected in individual, interpersonal relationships. I mean, I'm not sure I quite understand, like, everything that's part of society is reflected in the relationship, like we're living in a society, and I mean both parties in a relationship live in that society and has to live according to that as society, right? So I don't know, and I don't really know in what way a relationship can be capitalistic. I mean, you can have capitalistic where you have, like, are you a consumer or are you a product? I mean, you can have that type of relationship, I guess. You don't have to. You don't have to build your relationship like that. I mean, I don't think I quite understand. You care to elaborate a little bit? Curious. How does a relationship become capitalistic? I mean, like, we live in a capitalistic society. In that case, like, we both have to earn money, and like a lot of relationships, you have to deal with money. But I'm guessing that is not quite what we're aiming for. What you're aiming for. The void. That's just RNG all over the place. RNG within the RNG.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Has witnessed. And we're done with the rewards.
Thanks to your hard work.
I have another anything to unveil? I don't think so. Like Mudgazer, I think. I can try this. I'm pretty sure I don't. Just that I don't do any physical damage. Should be fine.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Yep. No physical damage whatsoever. Very nice. We're just gonna stand there. Bit more. Can't see it.
This time, it'll be you begging for your life.
Show me what you're capable of, Ashley.
Wait! Another deal. And for this, he expected our
Or
If you
Peachy.
think I'm going to say
Rank.
You won fair and square, even with my boss here. I happen to know.
if you think
I'd have made a little more show of it. I can appreciate a killer. The foundations are shifting, Exile, but I doubt you'll bring the tower down. Thanks to your...
Alright. Forgot to do the safe house. Here we go. A bit of a literal example, but when I took intro psych my freshman year, Banana Waffle Monkey says, we were learning about sex, and I think the language the professor used was very economic, maybe not capitalistic per se. She was talking about sex appeal in terms of value and in terms of supply and demand. I mean, I would say that value is not a capitalistic word. Value comes before an economic system. Supply and demand, though, that is very talking about it in that sense, yeah. Actually, dating apps are kind of also an interesting example. I mean, I take issue with if you have heard about or know about game theory. I take issue with game theory. I don't like how it views humanity. Game theory is a very capitalistic view of the world.
I'm not up to that just yet.
I'm thinking about sex and relationship in that manner, I would say is a disservice. To humans everywhere. Well, service is a strong word, I suppose, but what am I trying to say here? Like, yeah, you can watch the world from that perspective if you like. Whoop, fuck, I screwed up. That, like, just because you do watch, like, study relationships and ideas from a certain perspective doesn't necessarily mean that the relationship itself is capitalistic. Just because you have a capitalistic point of view. I'm screwed up. It was bad. Didn't get one though. So like your professor in psychology had that view, right? So in that professor's relationship, there will be that aspect of that relationship, right? Because that is her. Was it her? She was talking about, yeah. Well, her relationships probably will have that supply and demand thing, right?
My mana is gone.
But it's like it's your worldview, right? It's not dependent upon any view of like any system of society. It's your worldview. It's about your teaching, and of course it's reflected. Like, what's your attitude towards this? Like what she said, it's like reflected by capitalism. If we live in a capital society, do I think my relationships should be following game theory or whatnot, or do I not? Am I making any sense? I don't know. So, female professor. I mean, another perspective, just to change it, like instead of watching it as supply and demand and having a capitalistic viewpoint, one can talk about it like in a reciprocal manner, like in reciprocity. That is, or you can talk about it like in wanting the best for the other person, which, like, wanting the best for someone else in game theory and in capitalism doesn't make sense because you don't gain anything by making life by getting life better for someone else. But a lot of the healthy relationships that, as far as I understand, my knowledge, it's about a lot about making what's best for the other person, and that view does not come, it's not reflected in an economic system, right? Perhaps in a offhanded, like we have an economic system to make life better for everyone because it's an efficient way to trade goods and services, and you could take that perspective again if you wanted to, but for me, that perspective wouldn't make any sense. I don't know if I'm getting my viewpoint across here. It feels like I'm saying a lot of nonsense, but I don't know. I'm probably not gonna get any duels this time either. Physical attack. It's reached. Banana Waffle Monkey is saying, I'm just sitting here nodding, you just can't see. But you only had some supervision and I could see all over the planet here. So I'm not discounting that it is reflected, but I would say that it's the attitude of the people towards like society's construction. And again, personally, I don't find a lot of value, use that word, funnily, in game theory. I don't think it helps. Ooh, nice. That is good looking. That is exactly what I would want. Oh well.
I'm not up to that just yet.
20 Chaos Orbs. Yeah. That's way out of my price range. Life with corrupted blood was 80 chaos minimum. That is rough.
You win. Let's parlay.
Wait, there's someone still alive? Oh, here we go.
He planned for this. He expected our interference.
Oh no. Oh, screwed
My
up.
family name was once synonymous. Time to espionage rate.
Blessings.
Back from the decks, I guess. Colgate in on taps points out that game theory is not capitalist. There are cooperative games too. Yeah, but the end goal in the cooperative games is like, yeah, cooperative games are useful because you gain something from them. It's the attitude I'm talking about. And in that sense, there are similarities. I wouldn't say that game theory is capitalist, but it's a lot of the attitudes are similar. Good luck with your serious fight, Banana Waffle Monkey. Can I pop off and do that? Good luck with that. And I totally agree. I mean, I'm not trying to shit on game theory. I mean, like all subjects of study, I find value in it. Like, there's value in studying all types of ideas and stuff like that, I suppose. However, I think the attitude, the basic attitude of game theory is about number one, right? It's all about number one. Even though the cooperative games are good because they are good for number one. And I don't subscribe to that attitude. Don't. Like, I would prefer of game theory being a popular approach to life, because there are many things within that attitude that would piss me off if people behave. Like, even if we did cooperative games, it was only about number one. Like, in any relationship that I would want to have, like friendly relationships, I would much rather look for reciprocity than reciprocity. There we go. It's about maximizing something, maximizing welfare of a community is also game theory. Is it? And maybe I just have misunderstood how game theory works. Maybe I have just misunderstood game theory. Game theory. Just a short summary of it. It's a mathematical model. It doesn't have an attitude. It's just mathematics. All right. So that's probably my first mistake, putting an attitude into it. Game theory is the study of mathematical models of strategic interactions among rational decision makers. Here we go. There are no such things. This is an illusion. Maybe that is. But then again, I'm not shitting on it. It's the study is valuable, but one has to also point out, like they do here. I like that this is part of the first sentence, rational decision makers, that it points that out. Because rational decision making, and what do we have? Rational decision makers, the first thing that shows up is in economics. So it is capitalistic, like from the first sentence. It has applications in all fields of social science as well, as in logic, system science, computer science. Here we go, computer science. Computers may be rational. I'm not sure. I don't know enough about computers. Originally, it addressed zero-sum games. Yeah, here we go. A situation in which each participant gain or loss. See, it's all about gain or loss and maximizing. And it says utility, but there are no definition of these words. Like, and that is what I think that is my main issue with this. Like, how do they define a rational decision maker? I don't like that definition. I don't like the definition of what they call utility. My issue with game theory is not with games theory itself. It's just common practice or common applications where they use game theory to come up with when it is about people. Like, one could argue that there are no zero-sum games. Like, zero-sum games, like, you have a situation where you have no utility, you have no economic gain, but you learn something. A person can always learn something if that is the attitude they have. So, like, it's a lot of this, like, utility is very subjective. It's all it talks about is super subjective, and then they say it's rational. But, like, you cannot be rational. Humans are not rational. We're primarily emotional. We have learned, we have created rationality. It's quite a sudden invention, recent invention, like rationality. And logic. Logic is a recent invention. And I do love logic and reason and rationality. I really do love those things. But assuming that we are that is a mistake. It's not how humans work. It's not even close to explaining how humans work.
I'm not up to that just yet.
So I find, yeah, game theory is useful and it's good and all that. Just, I don't like all the hype around it. I've seen too much hype around it. It's too lacking for the hype that it has gained. it's gained too much hype, or because of a lot of the consequences or attitudes or ideas that are generated through there are based on assumptions that I do not agree with, assumptions that I would not make. Sure. Actually, I do like sure, so I'm gonna scour that and use my cartographer to cartographers and do like this. Feeble. I mean, could have been more fun, but there we go.
Still
Do you
safe.
sell anything? We do. Yes, exactly. Like Colgate in Untap says. So you have a problem with how game theory is applied and not with the game theory itself. Exactly. And that was my mistake early on, because it seemed like I think I had the idea that my problem was with game theory, but it isn't. Game theory is maths. Like that's like what I missed. Like it's a mathematical model. I think all mathematical models, if they work, I'm not good enough with mathematics, but I have, as far as I understand, like every mathematical model is a good thing. It's a description of a system using mathematical concepts and language. Yes, I'm all for this. In like describe everything mathematically as far as you can. And that is, I mean, that is how game theory came about, I guess, because they just look at systems and trying to explain them mathematically. And it's just a tool, right? Maths is just a tool. And all tools, I have no like good or bad feelings against tools in that sense. Some tools I do, that's like, it's all subjective from me. But it's about how you use the tools. Like a hammer could be used to build a house, or it can beat someone to death. It's the people, the users, the applicators. If you build a house, I say, good on you, good job. I like what you did there. If you bash someone's head in, I'd say, well, maybe that's I don't quite enjoy what you did there. And that is, so yeah, no issue with game theory itself. Just its popularity and application.
I'm not up to that just yet.
It's the same issue I had with the thing Banana Waffle Monkey was talking about, like economic systems being reflected in relationships, how it was. Like supply and demand. Supply and demand is a mathematical model, right? I'm pretty sure. We are talking about economics is mathematics, right? I have a problem with having that applied to relationships, because the exact same reason, because people are not working like that. Are emotional creatures. And we are irrational. Very irrational, very emotional creatures. Could you please move this out of the way so we should? Economics uses mathematics. Yeah. Valid distinction. I'll apologize, and I'll apologize again, because I'll probably do that linguistic mistake again in the future. So it's good that you highlight it. Someday I'll learn not to make that mistake again. And I mean, economics itself is such a big term, could mean a bunch of different things. Economics could be the study of, or it could be the system in place, or the study of different systems. Math is abstract. Yeah. When you involve actual world, it is applied. Appliance of math. Applied math. There we go. Thanks. That's actually applied mathematics or mathematics. I'm quite pragmatically minded, I think. My mind often go to practical applications. Applied maths.
I'm not up to that just yet.
It's my main... Well, I don't study very much math, but when I would study math, it would be... My interest would be in applied mathematics. So my bias in talking and thinking about math is in applied mathematics. And one can see that bias, right? In the mistakes I made, talking about both game theory and whole other thing, supply and demand in relationships, like thinking about applied mathematics. It's the application that I have issue with. Sometimes I wish I had a greater... Well, wish... No, not really like that. Like, my interests are not math for the sake of math, like the abstract parts of math. I find it super cool and super useful, and I love the concept of it. My aptitude and interests is like... I watch Numberphile, his YouTube channel, right? I'm guessing... Oh, fuck. Took my eyes off for a second. That was bad of me. Do watch Numberphile at regular intervals. Like I have it, every video pops up on my YouTube feed. And I do find that interesting. Like what they do, I find super interesting. Just don't... I don't have the aptitude and interest in doing it myself. There we go. Laziness? I don't know. Perhaps. Good thing I died before clicking this button, not after. Might die after as well, since it's gonna be the same dude, probably. I'm curious now, since you do maths, is there any maths that you have take issue with the math itself, is like I'm guessing you have preferences and you find some stuff more elegant than others and whatnot. But would you have like an ethical quarry with any type of mathematics? Interesting question. What would that be? I can't imagine it right now, so my curiosity comes from. Not really, says Colgate in the tab. Math doesn't have any stance. Yeah, exactly. It's really hard to get issues with it. Yeah. Just applications. There we go. Lighted map. Thank you. Damage with wands. More splinters? More fusings. Shit, I need so many fusings. That was kind of what I figured. But taking issue with math would be super weird. That is why I asked, because I don't know enough math to say for certain. Hello, Maven. You're in the way, you know? Another invitation. Nice. Welcome back, Banana Waffle Monkey. How did it go? Here we go. Oh, he says he lost the fight and he's kind of pissed off because it came down to my main issues with PoE right now, and that's the visibility issues. My condolences, man. That is rough indeed. Visibility issues, eh? Too much epilepsy thing, or was it like a perspective thing? I just fought a boss with Maven, taking up half the screen myself. Here we go. Half of the fight, which is ground degeneration effect. Ugh. And he has large projection of himself in the center of the screen during certain phases. And he's often covering it up. Sucks, man. Other major invitation, I do like those. I think I've got a few blighted maps now as well.
Who wins?
I win. Oh, this tab as well. Great 5 for me. Since I'm a hoarder. I hoard all the stuff. I wonder if it's still Crimson Jewel that I need, since I switched to fire.
I have some good news.
Judging by the trail of us.
Oh. But what do I want to do first? Baron or Maven? Maven, probably. Yeah, Maven makes sense. There were also the issues with one of his attacks where a lot of circles show up on the ground where meteors land, but there's like a secondary splash zone around it that isn't covered by the initial circles. So I wasn't getting hit dead on by the meteors, but I was still partially in their AoE when it came down. Yeah, that's no fun. I want proper telegraphs.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Oh, that was a bad boss to start with. Let's start with this dude instead. Oh, actually, this was a great start. Worked out just fine. Pirate Lord. Blood Tribute. Here we go. Abyss. Those switches contain an abyss per 2%. I do like Abyss. What else do we have? Invasion. Delirium. Red Beasts. I mean, I do like that belt that I got my fingers on, so just getting all the jewels. Well, is there anything here that gives me 6 links? No. So let's go Abyss. Yeah, let's keep Baron.
Pruning a branch can save a tree. I'm not up to that just yet.
Wait, was that just 4 totems? This was an empty room, eh? We've gotten to this point now that I'm Ooh, sadism. Oh, no, that's intelligence, I think. I want to move this way. Oh. Right. Screw it. Let's just move over here then, if that's what you want. I get that issue sometimes where I just live in my fantasies. I've been thinking about reading, like now after reading The Relaxing Summer, I've been thinking about reading. First we have like To Burn in Memory, and then I thought, oh man, I'm gonna read Crime and Punishment, and like there's so many stuff to read. Like Banana Watermonkey was talking about Paradise Lost earlier. It's like, oh, I can read that, and I can read this, and fantasizing about a non-existent future. Well, not non-existent, but you know. I'm guessing it's not all bad. It's a little bit planning, having goals. Not too bad of an idea, I guess. Issue might be just sometimes getting too far removed from the present. That is the issue I have sometimes.
Not up to that just yet.
It's a good thing to highlight, I guess. Highlighting. Oh, hello. What do you want?
Mana is gone.
What do you want? Very insistent on something. We go check his food after this map. I'm pretty sure he has both food and water. I think he's just in a mood. It's usually the case.
Cried out for the milk of the mother, and it was given. They danced rapturously beneath the nourishing rain, suffocating in the tangle.
My undying love and attention, exactly. That is what he wants.
Come, listen.
Which you can conveniently show by providing lots of food. Actually, usually not. It's food is when he's hungry. He's spoiled like that, so love and attention is actual love and attention.
Listen.
It's like when I spend too much time in front of the computer, he gets pissed. And then he feels like, it's time to go lie in the bed and cuddle. You love his cuddles. Hello. Busy. Ooh. A little bit close from time to time, but came out victorious. Baron Citadel. Right. Oh no, not this fight.
How dare
Hmm.
you question God?
This fight wasn't very fun with Flicker Strike.
I'm not up to that
Get over here. Oh, just gonna kill my totems, not gonna get over here. There we go. As soon as I start attacking, time to make a new... Come on. Come over here. Get over here. There we go. Good lad. Ooh, that hurts. Man, he's eyeballing me like crazy. And I'm dead. One shot. Yeah, hello. Come over. Fuck, I forgot that. Waypoint. But that's fine, I need to go this way anyway. Or does he heal in between? Probably not. It will be a learning experience. You're climbing at the furniture, are you? Super hyped about something. Patience.
My mana is gone.
He's not having it. Holy crap.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Whoa, whoa. Oh. Class this. Oh. Shit. Those fuckers. 2 deaths. Just one of them were the Baron. Why are we not attacking? Attack already. Oh, I don't have any charges. There we go. That's so dumb. Like, I die. It was filled with enemies for the longest time. When I died, there's like 2 enemies left. It's down. Where? No. Move this. And I die again. Oh no, it was the weird. Could keep going after I died. Oil. Avoid being stunned. Oh. That's actually an interesting glove, so let's defer that as well. Banana Waffle Monkey says, paid for 6 portals, might as well use 6 portals. Agreed. Revenge of the Hunted. Oh. Do good what I have already. Wise words,
I'm not up to that just yet.
says Colgate in on tap.
My mana is gone.
I don't know. I wouldn't have died, and it would just be a waste of time going through those loading screens. So here we got a portal. Did not heal. And he's dead. Bow.
You are no servant of innocence.
Oops. Oh, oh. Here. And he's dead. Time for some everlasting summer. Just gotta these away. All the intelligence stuff. Oh. Go there. Many promise coins. Oh, looking pretty good. Soon time to start triggering him to see if he will sell me something nice. Let's keep the onset. How are you? 76. I'm thinking maybe I do want a unset ring. Done right, yeah. Exit Path of Exile.